Anyway, but he was so informative, so informative.
Well, I'm glad that went well. Ours was really, it was a nice presentation.
It was nice.
Who was? Did they have a speaker?
Yeah, our former mayor.
Sampayan?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. Yep.
And it seemed to be it seemed to be well attended. So
yes.
I guess
there were quite a few people.
Was ours. Yeah. They usually hold us at 8 o'clock and then at 11 o'clock. Karen and I attended 11 o'clock one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because if I didn't attend it, I'll hear about it from Vice President Groves and Gardner. I thought I better show up. Anyway, that guy was really, really informative. Tremendous resume. But he loves to talk.
Well, I'm glad it went well. That's really good.
We're not. Dr. Young will not be with us today.
Well,
also, correct?
I'm glad.
Superintendent.
I thought she'd be back.
No, she's supposed to be here.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, there she is.
Talking about Dr. Young.
There she is right now.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're on, right? Are you ready, Mr. Montgomery?
Lucius, are we ready?
Hi, everyone.
Lucius. Okay. All right. Stand by, please. Dr. Baldi, I just sent you those scripts.
All right.
And I also CC'd Superintendent.
Thank
so
you.
He has them also.
Thank you so much.
Okay, stand by while I set up the record.
Okay. Seems like we just met for some reason.
And please remember that you have to log out of this meeting and enter into closed session. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We are ready.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. This is the regular governing board meeting of the Palacios School Board. June the 2nd, and it's now 3:02. I'm calling the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Trustee Young.
Present.
Trustee Gardner.
Present.
Trustee Fox.
Present.
Vice President Gross.
Present.
President Ubaldi.
Present. Public comments on closed session agenda items. Do we have any items on the closed session?
We have no items or comments for closed session.
Thank you, sir. I would like to recess us now to the club for the closed session.
Stand by, please.
Thank you.
All right, we're no longer recording. I'm going in there right now to check.
Hi, Lucius. This is Susan Tompkins with Power School. I just wanted to circle back with you. I sent you a couple of
Did you call me Lucius? Yes. You know what? You know what? You know what, man? I better make sure. I just said yes. I don't know. Let me check. I got to make sure. It's Ken.
Hi, Mr. Montgomery.
How are you?
I'm trying to get into the meeting, but I don't see, it seems like nobody's connected just yet, or
Is there anybody in there?
no?
But no, they're still in closed session. Hello?
It's already 4 o'clock.
Okay. If you read the meeting thing, it says approximately.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything. I just don't, I've been having issues with my laptop, and every single time I cannot connect, I get freaked out.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
Okay, okay, thank
All
you. I
right.
just want to make sure.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Okay, Jeff.
Let me see, Lucius, so I can make sure. Let me see. No, closed session. No, hey, Lucius, it's not. It's uh-oh. This is gonna be interesting. I got two meetings going on here. There's two meetings going on, Lucius. Can you hear me? There. Okay, I will. I will. I will. I will. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? I need everyone to mute, please. Thank you. Hey, Lucius, I'm gonna hang up from this meeting. I just sent it to you. All right.
Did you hear that we are live?
Thanks for telling me that. But it's only going out to VCUSD people. It did that automatically.
Are we supposed to do our recorders?
Okay. Lucius, are you in? Are we streaming out to YouTube? Oh. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Just raise your hand if you hear me. Hey, listen, let me just give you a couple rules here so that people understand. This is the governing board is still in closed session. And so we haven't started open session at this time because they're still behind closed doors. But when we do come back into open session, the meeting will not immediately start until the president calls the meeting to order. At that time, what I need you to do is everybody has to make sure that you remain muted. And please understand that this is the governing board meeting with access to the meeting by the public. It's not the public's meeting, it's the governing board's meeting. So everything within that meeting is controlled by the board president, okay? So we ask you, if you're called upon, please make sure you unmute. But if you're not called upon, please remain muted. And we do live stream this to YouTube. So it will pick up everything. So if the hair is not right, if you want to fix your makeup or anything, go check yourself, because you will go out live and the public will see everything all over the world, okay? All right. We have a lot of people in this meeting today. It's going to be pretty full. So, but the board loves to see students. They really enjoy that. So principals and teachers, thank you so much for showing up for today's board meeting, okay? So please stand by. The board should be back in session here in a few minutes.
This is weird. You're supposed to do our recorder.
Isaiah, please keep your microphone off until you've been told otherwise, okay? Thank you.
We will excuse the kids. We will excuse the kids.
Need to keep our microphone. I already did. Why are you on YouTube, Kayani? Okay.
Are we waiting for Miss Peck?
Hey, Enzo, we're waiting for the board meeting to start, so we're keeping our microphones off until it's time for us, until we're called on, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I joined.
So update from the board, they'll be in at 4:30, so that's in about 10 minutes, okay? 4:30.
Jen, I'm already here.
Hey, Dr. Young is here. We should be able to start. What was that?
Yeah.
We will start at 4:30.
Okay.
Mr. Montgomery, thank you.
microphones off.
Miss Machado, Roland, one of my principals. I wonder, how are you? You're muted.
I'm doing well, Dr.
Very well. Missed you at the FOSDE meeting last night. Had a good time. I hope you will attend the scholarship award night. That's this is this Thursday or next Thursday? Let me see. It's this Thursday, tomorrow, 6 p.m.
How are
Anyway.
you, Miss Roland?
What's that?
I was asking how I haven't seen her in a while. How are you, Roland?
Uh-huh.
I'm doing well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm doing well.
Take your mic off.
You're muted,
You're
Eunice-Ann.
muted.
Hey, everyone. Let me just remind you that we are, although the meeting hasn't started, we are live streaming now because of the way the system is set up.
Okay.
I just want to remind you of that. That's all.
All right. Thank you kindly, sir. I have Dr. Young. Let me see anybody else. Is everybody on? Ken? Okay,
Yes,
I can't say everyone's.
Everyone's here.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone's here.
Okay, let me proceed then. And I don't see Gardner and
Oh,
Fox.
they're here.
They're here. Okay.
Trustee
Let me-
Gardner, Trustee Gross, Trustee Fox,
Okay.
Trustee Young.
All right. Let's proceed then. It's
Okay.
4:31.
Stand by,
And-
please. Stand by. Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ubaldi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Montgomery. I am now reconvening our meeting for our regular governing board meeting of June 2nd. It is now 4:32. Roll call, please.
Trustee Young? Present. Trustee Gardner?
Present.
Trustee Fox?
Present.
Vice President Gross?
Present.
President Ubaldi?
Okay, thank you. Here. Let us now rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you're able. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Report of actions taken in the closed session. We had superintendent's evaluation, and there's no report that is made. And the second one is in regards to a conference with legal counsel, real property negotiation. The lease was reviewed and no action taken. Okay, now the adoptions of board agenda. May I please entertain a motion to that effect?
I'll move to approve.
A second.
Trustee Gardner and Trustee Young moved and seconded the adoption of the agenda before us. Roll call, please.
Trustee Young? Aye. Trustee Gardner?
Aye.
Trustee Fox?
Aye.
Vice President Gross?
Aye.
President Ubaldi?
Aye. Recognition, Superintendent Spalding, what is there any recognition before us?
Thank you, Dr. Ubaldi. Actually, we have a number of recognitions. We have, as you see, there are quite a few students with us tonight. who will be making presentations. The first recognition that I want to make is a sad recognition. It's one that I'm very sorry and very sad to convey. The board is aware, I sent an email over a week ago that over the weekend of May 22nd, May 23rd, we lost one of our own. We lost Scott Heineke, who was a longtime social science teacher at Jesse Bethel High School, passed away suddenly, unexpectedly over the weekend. Scott was hired when I was at Bethel as a vice principal, and Trustee Gross was principal, and Dr. Young was assistant principal, and so the three of us remember him quite well. He's been there, had been there for 20 years, since October of 2001. Devoted his career as a social science teacher and as a yearbook advisor, a consulting teacher in the teacher support committee for our teacher support program, and as a long-time VEA, Vallejo Educator Association representative. Kevin Steele was quoted as saying, "Scott was our representative to the CTA State Council, the collective body that works on influencing California educational policy. He participated in many National Education Association representative assemblies to influence national policy. He was a VEA site rep for many years. He was always advocating for his colleagues, but I would also argue he was advocating for his students as well. You could find him at most functions, most activities. My last conversation with Scott was at the Bethel Vallejo football game a few weeks ago. We hadn't seen each other in quite some time and got a chance to catch up, and was very, very shocked and saddened to learn of his passing. We are told that there are services scheduled on June 19th at 1 p.m. at the Northgate Church in Benicia. But very, very sad to report of Scott's passing, and it's hard. I think this board knows that we've had quite a bit of this year. I want to say this is in the 7 months since I've been here, 6 months. I think this is the 6th or 7th such announcement I've had to make about one of our employees. So just want to just acknowledge that. And please pray for Scott, his friends, and his family. And I was going to ask Dr. Ubaldi when we adjourn the meeting, if we could close the meeting in his honor as a sign of respect.
Thank you. We will honor that, Superintendent Spalding. Thank you for your request. Okay.
So I have 4 presentations in a row. Do you want me to just kind of run through those and turn those over to the principals who have come with their students?
Yes, this will be a good start.
Pardon me, Superintendent Spalding, were you going to do the resolution 5.1? No.
We'll do recognitions first, and then we'll do the resolution at the end of the recognitions. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
So first, I want to introduce to you Principal Megan De La Mater from Grace Patterson Elementary, and she has brought first grade students who will be playing a song on their recorders, our music program.
Thank you, Superintendent Spalding. So I'm Megan De La Mater. I'm the proud principal of Grace Patterson Elementary, and with me today, I have our first grade teacher, Miss Lori Peck, and a number of her students from her first grade class who are going to be playing a song on their recorder for you. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Miss Lori Peck.
Thank you, Mrs. De La Mater. So I'm Lori Peck, first grade teacher at Patterson, and we always like to include some music in our regular learning activities.
Oh, there you are.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. And so we are going to play a song called Hot Cross Buns for you. Please understand that it might be because of time delay and things like that. It might not quite sound as it should, but we're going to try our best. Okay. So my students, are you guys ready? Do you have your recorder in your hand? All right, remember note number 1, starting with our ready position. Are you ready? Okay, recorders up. 1, 2, ready, play. Oh, let's turn microphones on first. We'll try that again. Microphones on. Sorry, in the classroom, they already have the microphones on.
Yay!
All right, microphones on. All right, ready? Recorders ready? And recorders up. 1, 2, ready, play. Oh. All right. It's kind of hard to do on, live streaming like this, but good job, you guys.
Yay!
Thank you. Good job. We
I would
loved
just
it.
like to say that I was able to watch them in class practice today, and they were rock stars. So good job, you guys. I'm so proud of you. Woohoo!
That was excellent. I think there might be a future saxophone player in there somewhere. The next presentation we have is from Loma Vista Elementary Environmental Sciences Academy. Principal Eunice Ann Machado Rowland is here with slide representation by her students.
Good evening, VCUSD School Board Trustees. I'm the proud principal of Loma Vista Environmental Science Academy. I'm very, very excited to present to you 3 wonderful students who are doing a marvelous job in their classes. They're all 5th graders. So the first student who will be presenting a poem will be Anasia France, followed by Miss Claire Nang and Angelique Abastilas. They're going to be talking about their science experiments. So Anasia, go girl, you're on.
Hi. Good evening, School Board Trustees. My name is Anasia France, and I'm in 5th grade class. I'm proud to practice being brave while I read a poem I wrote for school. I am a star, not a famous one that shimmers, one that shines, one who's not afraid to sprinkle some stardust into another star's needed teary eyes. A loving star, a caring star, who puts other stars first. A star who doesn't know they are one, but always has been from the heart, from desire. One that could be the brightest star in another star's darkest nights. One that knows even though they're not in the sky, they are a star, and always keeps their head up high, and will find more people just like them to be the brightest stars alive.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anasia. She wrote that poem in her creative class in Miss Bridgetta Smith, 5th grader. And now I would like to present Miss Claire Nang from Miss Fabonen's 5th grade class. Go ahead, Claire.
Miss Rowland, do I present my slide? Miss Rowland.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty with my computer. Everything shuts down once I start presenting. So please do so, Claire.
Okay.
You got to unmute yourself, Claire.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Now you can start, sweetheart. Go ahead.
This is my presentation of how to grow a pea plant. Good evening, School Board Trustees. My name is Claire Nang, and I'm in Miss Fabonen's 5th grade class at Loma Vista Environmental Sciences Academy. I am proud to practice being brave while I share how to grow a pea plant. These are the materials that you will need: 5 3 to 4 inch deep paper cups, soil, 10 dry pea seeds, 1 teaspoon, and a plastic baggie for the plant that cannot get air. The objective is that students will be able to ask and record questions that will drive an investigation that will provide evidence to support an argument about where plants get the matter they need to grow. Questions and problems. What would happen if the plant was watered too much? What if the sky was cloudy and the plant wouldn't get enough sunlight? What would happen if the plant fell down and the soil would get out of the cup? Step 1 would be to get a 3 to 4 inch deep cup and fill it with soil. Step 2, dig a small hole, put a pea in and cover it with soil. Step 3, water 2 teaspoons every day and make sure it gets enough air and sunlight, except for the specific plants that cannot get them. This is the pea plant growth chart. From a pea pod to a dry pea seed, there will be leaves, stems, roots will come out, there will be flowers, and then finally pea pods. This is the no blank and what happened because of the missing nutrient. With no water, the plant did not grow at all, and with no soil, there were roots coming out and there were molds. With no air, the plant was short and yellow. With no sunlight, the stem got very long because it was looking for sunlight. This is a picture of my pea plant, which is the control plant, which means it gets soil, sunlight, air, and water every day. My conclusion is that plants can grow without air, sunlight, and soil. If a plant has no water, it cannot grow. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope you have enjoyed it. Have a good rest of your day.
Boy, I enjoyed it.
Oh, can I show one more? Can I show some more papers?
Yes.
Some papers?
Yes.
This is day 1. This is day 3. And then this is in 1 week or 7 days. It will have some roots coming out, leaves, and a longer stem. This is the flower, and then the flowers will dry up, and there will be pea pods. This is the life cycle of a plant. From seeds, germination, leaves and roots and stems, flowers, and it'll be pollinated by bees, insects, and sometimes birds, and then back to seed again, and it keeps going.
Great job, Claire. Thank you. That was good. And now lastly, it will be Angelique Abastilas, again in Miss Fabona's class.
Miss Rowland, can I present?
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good evening, School Board Trustees. My name is Angelica Basilias. I'm in Miss Fabona's 5th grade class at Loma Vista Science Academy. I'm proud to practice being brave while I share how to make billboards out of index cards. My objective is that students will be able to estimate on how much materials are needed to create a billboard. The questions and problems are how to estimate on how many cards we will need to use. How will we balance the cards without any glue, tape, nor scissors? How will the raisin box stay steady on top of the poles? The materials you need are 15 index cards. To do this, you will need the card to be oriented or positioned in a portrait style. And then you have to fold it in half in order for it to stand. If you're going to place a heavy object, you should put more poles. Like for example, this journeys book needs 4 poles and these 2 raisin boxes only needs 1 pole. Based on my observation, when you place a heavy item, it will start to jiggle a little bit. Sorry for the difficulties. Here are the pictures for when the cards are not being folded. In my conclusion, I say that this strategy of folding the cards in halves was an awesome idea of balancing it. It would be a great work for the cards to hold a heavy item like this Lego box and this book. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Angelique. Wonderful job. I appreciate that.
We want to see the actual book.
If you have time, just another minute. Yes, please.
Yes.
Give it your camera.
Okay.
You know, Angelique, Anastasia, I should say, you know, when you were talking about your star, I sensed that it was a living star, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it has life of its own. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else bored? Dr. Young, you want to comment on any of the children's report? Okay. I'm
Dr. Young has a hand raised.
Who was that?
Dr. Young has her hand raised.
I was trying to get her to speak. Okay. Dr. Young, please make your comment.
Young, thank you so much, Angelique, for all the kids that were involved in that.
You guys don't have to stay anymore unless you want to.
And analogy of what things can work and what things cannot work. That was really great. That made me think, oh, wow. So thank you so much. That was a teachable moment.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much, children.
Trustee Gardner had her hand up.
I don't see her picture. So, Trustee Gardner, please.
I just wanted to commend all three of you who did the presentations. Those were great jobs that you did, and I was very impressed with the poem. I myself used to write poetry, and you have a lot of ability there as a songwriter in the future. And the gardener, the little gardener who grew the pea, that was very interesting and that was definitely something that taught all of us how to grow a pea pod or a pea plant. And for the creativity of the billboard, you guys are doing fantastic work, and I'm so proud of all of you. So just keep up the good work, and one day, hopefully, I know this will happen, you'll be walking across that stage, graduating from high school and on to college. Thank you very much. Good job, everyone.
One last thought, Claire. You said that the plant was looking for the sun to grow. I didn't know they have eyes.
They were sensing for the sunlight that they needed to grow.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you taught me that. That's new. Okay. What's our next presentation?
The next presentation we have, Dr. Ubaldi, is Principal Rosalind Hines from Hogan Middle School, with two students will be speaking you to this evening.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Spalding, and good afternoon to our governing board as well. I am the proud principal of Hogan Middle School, and we have two of our superstar students here joining me, and they're going to be Hannah and Jelani. They're going to both share some highlights from our wrestling program. And so just to kind of give some insight to, we have our academics, but also wanted to share a long-standing program. So I don't know who's going to go first. Hannah, you want to go first, and then Jelani can go second. But good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Hina Bharti and I am in the 7th grade. And today I'm here on the behalf of Coach Goodiji and Coach Trey from the Springstown Wrestling Academy. One thing that I find really special about this wrestling program is how uplifting and inspiring it is. One highlight of my school year this year was Wildcat Wednesday. Every Wednesday, our coaches would show us someone that has been in this program and where they are now and how they are successful by using multimedia. Another highlight was being able to work out even though we were not able to see each other in person. And one of my last highlights was being able to talk to and interview some of the people that have been in this program. And lastly, I am super excited for the possibility of being able to wrestle again next year.
Thank you. Were you in the Times Herald picture? Were you in that picture, Hina?
Hina, come back. Hina? Okay, she must have left Dr. Ubaldi.
That's okay. Thank you.
Oh, there she's back.
Sorry.
Hina, are you back? Okay, come back, sweetie. Okay, good.
Hina, I have a question. Did I see
Yes.
it in the Times Herald? Would you
It might have been me or my sister.
Okay. I thought it was you. Thank you. That's a good shot. Good shot. Thank you, Hina.
You're welcome.
Jelani? Oh, great. There you
Hello,
are.
my name is Jelani Palvajo, and I'm an 8th grade student at Hogan Middle School. And today I would like to show how great the Wildcat Wrestling Academy is and how much it has taught me. When I first entered the academy, I was nervous and unsure about my decision, but on the first day I was overwhelmed with kind and encouraging messages, along with a great sense of community. It gave me comfort in the new environment. Right off the bat, I felt welcome and learned how we are here to lift each other up and spread positivity. The academy has taught me to always have a positive outlook on any situation. The academy has not only helped me build physical strength, but strengthen my character. I've also been taught how to be a better sportsman no matter the outcome of any match. Responsibility is another thing that is constantly taught, and how to be and show others that you are reliable. Thank you for this time, and I hope this has shown you how truly wonderful the Wildcat Academy and how truly wonderful the Wildcat Academy is, and how it helps students in endless ways.
Thank you, Jelani. Wonderful job.
Jelani, good job.
Wonderful job. Any comments from the trustees? Dr. Young.
Oh, thank you for both of you guys sharing that. But you know, I was over there at your school for several different years, and I know the camaraderie and the togetherness you guys have there. So thank you for sharing it, so everybody knows about it. It's really a very, very warm environment that your principal has established there, and with the roots that you guys are keeping it going. And you have bought into it. That makes me feel real good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much. Wonderful job. Congratulations. Do we have any more presentations, Superintendent Spalding?
We do, Dr. Ubaldi. We have VSMA scholarship presentation, and we have Principal Kimberly Mitchell-Lewis from Pennycook here to present with some students as well.
Good evening. On behalf of Vallejo Schools Managers Association, also on this meet is board members Rosalind Hines, Dr. Gigi Patrick, and Rosa Losa. On behalf of the Association of California Administrators, Region 4, and Vallejo Schools Managers Association, we would like to recognize the following students as recipients of 4 scholarships this year. In no particular order, and if as I call your name, if you could raise your virtual hand so everyone on the call can see it's you. First is DeAndre Waters from Vallejo High School. He is inspired by people in his family, specifically a cousin, aunt, and grandmother. They have been supportive and a positive example in his life and in his education. Congratulations to DeAndre Waters, recipient of the Investing in the Future Scholarship. Next, we have Shane Tubiera from Vallejo High School. Her parents emphasize the importance of education. Her role in life is to continue her parents' dream. She wants to make her parents proud and happy. Congratulations to Shane Tuviera, recipient of the Region 4 Scholarship. Next, we have Ethan Scholl from Jesse Bethel High School. He is constantly striving to make positive contributions to his community. He's described as a very kind, respectful, and fun person, and shows the skills needed to be successful. Congratulations to Ethan Scholl, recipient of the COVID Relief Scholarship. And last but not least, we recognize Caitlin Alamboyao, excuse me. She credits her success to the support of her family, community, and Vallejo City Unified School District. I quote a piece from her paper that she wrote. In high school, we forge connections with other people that last a lifetime. There is the respect we develop for our teachers and school staff for being some of our biggest supporters and guiding us through our learning process, and the friendships born through common interests, beliefs, experiences, and classes. The experiences I had during high school have set the tone for my future. Congratulations to Caitlin Alamboyao, recipient of the Every Student Succeeds Scholarship. So again, thank you and congratulations to all students on behalf of Vallejo City Unified School District, Vallejo School Managers Association, Region 4, and all of their supporters here today, including school staff and their parents and the community. Congratulations again.
Congratulations, students. Thank you for your high accomplishments, and honor that your teachers and principals and colleagues have given you. Trustee Dr. Young.
Ms. Mitchell, thank you for such a good job in leadership. I would like to know if these recipients have selected a college to go to?
Yes, I'm aware of 2 colleges. I want to say Caitlin is going to UC Davis, and Ethan, I believe, is going to a school in Southern California. I don't see Ethan right now. Oh, hi, Ethan. I've never seen you before. Nice to see you. What college are you going to, Ethan? I'm sorry.
I'm going to UCLA.
UCLA. Okay. And then Shane and DeAndre, I didn't have what colleges you're going to.
This is Nanette Beecham, DeAndre's aunt. He has been admitted to UC Davis as well.
Yay!
Hey, that's my alma mater. Yay!
Mine too. Mine too.
Calm down, calm down, Dr. Young.
Oh, yeah.
And Shane, go ahead. Tell us where you're going.
I'm attending Sac State this fall.
Great job. We're very proud of all of you. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Are you teary-eyed, Mr. Spalding?
I was going to say, I suppose I should probably say go Aggies.
Okay, what's that? What do we have any more recognitions, Superintendent?
The next item is resolution number 2957, which recognizes LGBTQ Pride Month of June 2021. I don't know if Dr. Ubaldi wanted me to read that or have someone else read that, or if you want to read that, however you want to proceed.
Let me read the background, unless someone has a resolution that you feel that you would like to read.
Is Tom Bilbo from the Pride Center here to read? I think he wanted to read it.
Tom, okay.
I'm here, but
hi, Tom. Okay,
hi there.
Do us a favor in reading the resolution 2957.
I actually do not have that in front of me. I'm sorry. I'm on a mobile phone right now.
Mm-hmm.
John, maybe you could read it.
Let me find.
Do you have the background on the resolution?
I have it.
Press the
Stand
call.
by.
I'll be happy to read it if you. I would prefer you read it, but if you don't have it. Oh, there we are. All right, Trustee John Fox will be reading the resolution 2958.
Okay, resolution 2958. No, this is the wrong one. This is a
That's the 2x2
Yeah,
resolution.
this isn't the correct resolution.
That's the 2x2 resolution.
2957, excuse me. That was my error.
Kenneth, do you have the other?
Yeah, he's.
Yes, I do. I'm calling it up now.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was Dr. Ubaldi's fault.
Yes.
You gave what you asked for.
I will own up to it, Ken. Thanks a lot. There we go.
Thank you, Kenneth. All right. Can someone do every other one with me? Dr. Young, will you help me? I'll start it off. So here we go. Resolution 2957, recognizing LGBTQ Pride Month in June 2021. In recognition of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer Pride Month, June 2021. Whereas 52 years ago, in June of the year 1969, a riot at the Manhattan gay bar, the Stonewall Inn, in retaliation to a police raid. Sorry, it's hard to see, it's such small print. In retaliation to a police raid, participated in, thank you, in the modern fight for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, LGBTQ rights, and
Dr. Young, and then we'll follow by Tony and Christy, and then myself.
Whereas, because of the act of courageous, keep moving it, because of the acts of courageous from those who demand justice and from those who quietly push for progress. Our nation has made great strides in recognizing what these brave individuals long known to be true in their hearts, that love is love and that no person should be judged by anything but the contents of their character. And
you're muted, Trustee Groves.
You're muted, Trustee Groves.
I said, you know, I'm cited challenged, so you know this is hard for me. Okay, but I'll try. Whereas 2015 landmark Supreme Court decision was a historic victory for LGBT Americans, guaranteeing marriage equality in all 50 states, ensuring dignity for same-sex couples and therefore all couples, and
whereas for every partnership that was not previously recognized under the law, and for every American who was denied their basic civil rights, this monumental ruling instilled newfound hope, affirming the belief that we are all feared when we are all treated as equals, and
Trustee Gardner.
Whereas despite this extraordinary progress, LGBTQ Americans still face discrimination simply for being who they are. And there remains much work to do to extend the promise of our country to every American. And
whereas in memory of the 49 victims of the 2016 Pulse nightclub massacre in Orlando, transgender individuals murdered for who they are, and a history of violence against our community, it is ever more important that we continue to push for equality, protections, and acceptance of LGBTQ people everywhere. And
whereas in 2021 is the 22nd year of the Solano County LGBTQ community coming together to show our pride in Solano County through service and support of the LGBTQ community in the organizations known as Solano Pride Center and the Vallejo Gay Network. And Kenneth? There we go. And whereas the struggles of the COVID-19 pandemic within the LGBTQ community has hit harder than most due to healthcare disparities and economic instabilities, and
whereas during lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer Pride Month, as we wave our flags of pride high and march boldly forward in parades and demonstrations, let us celebrate how far we have come and reaffirm our steadfast belief in the equal dignity of all Americans. And
whereas the governing board of the Vallejo City Unified School District proudly stands with the LGBTQ community and with all communities who struggle for basic human rights, for acceptance, visibility, safety, acknowledgement, and equitability in the quest for full equality under the law.
Dr. Baldi, do you want to finish?
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Vallejo City Unified School District do hereby proclaim June 2021 as a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month. The following resolution will be acted on upon the roll call. Trustee Young?
Aye.
Trustee Gardner?
Aye.
Trustee Fox?
Aye.
Trustee Vice President Gross?
Aye.
And yours truly, aye. Unanimously voted on this date of June the 2nd, 2021.
Thank you, President Baldi. Tom Bilbo, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I did want to say thank you all for this. Thank you for supporting students who are LGBTQ in your classroom and your schools. And thank you also for flying the flag. Mr. Montgomery is now showing a flag on the screen. This is a new flag that we will be giving to the school district that represents our entire community and includes it is called the Progressive Pride Flag, and it includes the black and brown stripes to represent people of color. And it also includes the blue, pink, and white to represent the transgender folks in our community. And with this flag, we move forward, and we want to make sure that everyone in the LGBTQ community, students, teachers, citizens, parents alike, know that they are included, respected, and supported. So thank you very much. And I guess we will be flying this flag tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bilbo.
Okay.
Appreciate you taking part.
Yep. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. Okay. That is 5.1 resolution. And the next item before us, if I'm correct, is the report of the, let's see, the forum. Do we have anything, comments?
Yes, we have 6.2 VEA comments and 6.4 comments.
Okay.
Okay.
Please read them.
Okay. VEA Board Address to President Baldi, Vice President Gross, Trustee Fox, Trustee Young, Trustee Gardner, and Superintendent Spalding. Teachers are looking forward to wrapping up a difficult school year. We had to invent new ways of delivering our curriculum in less than ideal circumstances. We recognize the learning loss that our students are experiencing and how that will affect them later in their lives. Our teachers are already thinking about summer school and the next several years. We are thinking through and strategically planning out our next steps to help our students recover. This planning will be the most effective when teachers have the chance to collaborate with each other so they can focus their instructional strategies. During the summer break, many of our teachers are supporting our students by teaching summer school, taking university classes, sneaking in short vacations, and then turning their attention to next school year. Thank you, Kevin Steele, VEA President. And those are the only comments for 6.2.
Do we have any students sign up?
No student representatives today.
Okay, do we have a report on the District Advisory Committee?
No reports today.
Okay, community members?
Yes, we have several community member letters, and I'll start out with, let me see. Superintendent Spalding and board members. I am writing with concern because 2021 graduation ceremony plan was not made with full disclosure or accurate facts for the facility, Corbis Field. The withholding of facts resulted in split ceremonies being the only plan submitted for approval. This is a disservice to the class of 2021 and their families who have already suffered enough. Pay attention to your stakeholders. They are the reason you are here. Do the right thing and have one ceremony. The facility can accommodate the full class and guests and still be in compliance. Signed, Hannah Williams. Superintendent Spalding and board members. I am writing with concern because the 2021 graduation ceremony plan was not made with full disclosure or accurate facts for the facility, Corbis Field. The withholding of facts resulted in split ceremonies being the only plan submitted for approval. This is a disservice to the class of 2021 and their families who have already suffered enough. Pay attention to your stakeholders. They are the reason you are here. Do the right thing and have one ceremony. The facility can accommodate the full class and guests and still be in compliance. Signed, Stephen Williams. Superintendent Spalding and board members. I am writing with concern because the 2021 graduation ceremony plan was not made with full disclosure or accurate facts for the facility, Corbis Field. The withholding of facts resulted in split ceremonies being the only plan submitted for approval. This is a disservice to the class of 2021 and their families who have already suffered enough. Pay attention to your stakeholders. They are the reason you are here. Do the right thing and have one ceremony. The facility can accommodate the full class and guests and still be in compliance. Superintendent Spalding and board members. Oh, I'm sorry, that letter, sorry about that. That last letter was from Gemma Williams. Superintendent Spalding and board members, I am writing with concern because the 2021 graduation ceremony plan was not made with full disclosure or accurate facts for the facility, Corbis Field. The withholding of facts resulted in split ceremonies being the only plan submitted for approval. This is a disservice to the class of 2021 and their families who have already suffered enough. Pay attention to your stakeholders as they are the reason you are here. Do the right thing and have one ceremony. The facility can accommodate the full class and guests and still be in compliance. Signed, James French. Okay. There's about 7 or 8 more with the same, it's the same exact letter. If you like, I could continue reading all of those until we get to the others.
Why don't you give us the names?
Okay.
If they're all the same statement, same message.
Yes. With the same message, there's let me see. The name is Tashitari, Kennedy Sanders, Ronnie Smith, Sahara Banks, James French, Christian Soso, Jacqueline French, Christopher French, Maria Ruiz, and Mike Pendergrass for that, the same template letter. And here's the next. Hi, I am a VCUSD student. Today I am emailing you and school board to have a regular graduation ceremony. Regular grad ceremony meaning unlimited amount of family members, a single, sorry about that. Unlimited amount of family members, a single ceremony, not two separate. I asked for this because not only did we go a year and a half distance, we also did not get grad night, senior trips, a proper senior year, and the most we can ask for is a good farewell. By that, all we can possibly ask for is a full ceremony as a class, not acting as two separate classes. This is not fair to class of 2021 because I've seen myself plenty of schools graduating as a class. Please take this into consideration. And this is from Nina Galen. Okay, and this one is from Sean Batum. Regarding the graduation ceremony for Bethel High School as a student, I was not given a voice in the outcome of the ceremony split. I feel like credible information that is provided and is open towards the district has been ignored. Calculations for Corvus Field showcase that there was no limit to its capacity according to the fire marshal. Also, we are entering an orange tier for our county in which allows the capacity to be increased. The graduation plan that was submitted and approved did not provide the correct calculations regarding its capacity. As a student who has been stripped of the experiences that were told regarding senior year, I feel that after all that was lost and never experienced, at least have the decency to allow my class to graduate as a whole under one ceremony instead of splitting it. It feels only right to, at least at the very least, have all of us under one ceremony. It was already said by the fire marshal that capacity for the single ceremony would work at the cost of only 2 per family. I find it pointless to split it into 2 just to have 3 per family. If information is there saying that we can have a single ceremony, then why isn't our district taking action in that is in front of them and not given the effort of giving a single graduation because they simply do not care about us? I feel that this contradicts their very purpose in providing for us and that they are simply lazy. Okay, this one is from Terry M. Hello, VCUSD. I'm a senior at Jesse Bethel High School, and I hope you'll find your heart to listen my words about our school ridiculous regulations enforced on we, the students, and the star of the day should follow. First, I want you to understand that our senior was taken away in a flash before our eyes. We wasn't able to have a senior sunrise, homecoming, water world trip, ski trip, senior head trip, prom, and now our graduation ceremony together with all the seniors as the school decided to divide us into 2 groups. It's enough. It may sound selfish, but for the past 436 days, yes, that's how long it has been ever since the school first closed down. We have been through the worst of the worst with no complaints and desire other than to hope for the school. Let the seniors have our moment together. We are tired and want our voices to be heard because the stakeholder and students were not included in the decision making about the graduation. Are we the students are the one graduating, or is someone that's making the decision graduating? Jesse Bethel High School also failed to mention the size capacity of Corbis Field and lied to us about the calculation for the capacity because we found the plan submitted to the county for approval never include the correct capacity of the 68,785 square feet of the Corbis Field, which more than 900 plus people are able to be on the field stages while also maintain 6 feet apart. As Vallejo about to enjoy the orange tier, which means we are able to increase the capacity if we wish to. It's heartbreaking that the school have no empathy in their heart to let us seniors spend the last minute of high school together with the people we can spend the last 4 years with. Please find your heart to defend us for the justice we deserve. Respectfully, a senior from Jesse Bethel High School. And this one is from John Dale Zamora. I want the board members to discuss the petition. We have obtained over 660 signatures and we want to change the rules for cap decorating. Being able to decorate our caps is how we show our individual personalities. It's how we express ourselves in ways you cannot possibly fathom. Decorating caps allows us to showcase our creativity, individuality, and personal success. We also want to be able to have one ceremony for each school, VHS and JBHS, and walk that stage together. Numerous students and parents can help implement plans to execute safe graduation without the interference of COVID regulations. We want changes made, and we want them now. Side note, Solano County has dropped down to orange tier. We are not the same students that stepped on our campuses on March 13th, 2020. We are strong and we will fight and holler. We will make changes and we want our demands met. This is our graduations. This is our days. This is our final moments together. For more information can be provided with the link down below, and they provided a link in their email. And I have 2 more comments. This comment is from Teddy Scholl. I received the information I was waiting for from the supervising fire marshal, City of Vallejo Fire Department, Vince Sproit. He stated the maximum capacity for the track football field portion of Corbis Field is not posted because it is unlimited. There are no restrictions because it is an open field and there are no structures to burn or fall in the area. I also received a copy of the VCUSD graduation plan. I spoke with Solano County Environmental Health Manager and SC Environmental Health Supervisor. I was informed that when any document is submitted, approval or denial is based on what plan is being submitted. So if you already separated the kids and guests at 50%, of course this plan was approved. The way you worded it only used the bleachers. It didn't include the field. From your plan, it's clear you only utilize 1/4 of the field, which has unlimited capacity. The proper planning, you could have sat all socially distanced graduates and included seats for guests in the field. You did not propose that plan for it to be approved. Why? Why are you not including the field? I have also scrutinized the California State Public Health Guidelines for outdoor graduations and events with a fine-tooth comb. The main regulations that would affect this particular engagement and why you are denying 1 graduation per school is to not exceed 20% maximum capacity. You only use the bleacher capacity to get your 20%. How could you make your calculation without taking the unlimited field into consideration? Arbitrarily, because it does not state You cannot include open field and seat guests and numbered chairs and rows in the documents from the public health. A quick call to the fire marshal would have cleared up the field issue. The VCUSD senior classes of 2021 developed a petition which now includes 700 signatures. The senior organizer stated you have not returned his calls or emails either. The kids and community are outraged that you would separate them at this time when you do not have to, and use the reasoning that it is COVID restrictions. It is not the full truth. It is their graduation. They have suffered enough. Not one event was planned on their behalf, while they see press reports of neighboring districts having socially distant prom, socially distant senior awards, amongst other activities. The disparity between districts is heartbreaking. Solano County is now in orange tier, which increases the bleacher capacity even more. Mitch, on the phone 2 weeks ago, you told me your ego is not that big and you would change the graduation to one ceremony if this was the case. I hope
Just,
you are.
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Okay.
That is 3 minutes. I just want to remind the president that community forum is 3 minutes per public speaker, but it's up to the president if he wants to continue.
Is this the last one, Ms. Thomas?
We have one more comment, but
please
I'm
continue.
almost done. She has only a couple of sentences left. As
Please
mentioned in
continue.
previous email to superintendent, if I am mistaken or missing something, please reach out to me and show me. Have dialogue with your stakeholders, return your emails and calls. Please do right by these kids and do the same. Put the effort into maximizing the space for full participation of students and their families. This is what the seniors want, one ceremony, and that's from Teddy Shaw. And this is the last comment. This comment comes from Hazel Wilson. The 18th Annual African American Virtual Graduation Recognition Celebration Program, sponsored by Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Kappa Beta Omega Chapter, Vallejo, will be held on Sunday, June 6th at 4 p.m. Kappa Beta Omega Chapter is pleased to have the following district executive administrators and board members participate in the program: Superintendent William Spalding, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Gigi Patrick, Governing Board members Vice President Tony Gross, and Trustee Dr. Latina Young. Class of 2021 seniors from Vallejo High School, Jesse Bethel High School, John Finney High School, and other area high schools will be honored. Thanks in advance to all other VCUSD staff members who will also be participating in the program. All are invited to view the ceremony live on FNBC's Friendship Missionary Baptist Church Facebook and YouTube pages, as well as the website, befnbc.org. And FNBC's Facebook, they give the link, and FNBC's YouTube. Enjoy and thanks for the district and community support of our African American students of 2021. And this is from Hazel Wilson, Education Chair, Kappa Beta Omega Chapter. And that's the end of our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. That's 6.4, completion of that. The next item is Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Ubaldi. Just a few items. This is always a heavy time of year with wrapping up graduation. We've got we've got school wrapping up, and of course this year is a big year for us because with what we've been through in the last year and a half, we're preparing for a very robust summer school program, and then of course making arrangements for future years, which I think could have larger schedules, and really trying to work to support the kids and what's been lost over the last year in terms of the academics and reconnecting kids. So it's a pretty busy time. A lot of what you've been hearing the last couple of days regarding finance. Our focus, as you know, this time of year is on LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, and the budget. So tonight you'll see items that really are a first read. We go through the process of a public hearing where people can comment on those items. As you know, the LCAP is what really drives the efforts of the district. It's really kind of the master plan, and of course the budget. And I really appreciate the board coming on last night for some preparation, a workshop conducted by Rosa Losa, our Chief Business Officer. And a lot of things that are in play right now. There's some good news. As you know, there's some fiscal changes and some windfall really coming from the state and federal government, from the American Rescue Plan and from the state and those kinds of things. But just reminding the board, as you were aware from last night, it's sizable funding, but it's short term. It has to be expended within 3 years, and it has to be expended for certain purposes. So I think we all came away last night with the understanding that while this could be really helpful to the district, particularly in supporting students coming out of the pandemic and in really trying to intercept and intervene there, that we still have some longer term issues that we have to address with regard to declining enrollment and other costs that aren't covered and aren't really solved by the funding that comes from the state and federal government. There is information, even as of last night, we talked about how fluid this is. And I was reading earlier today that the state assembly and Senate have already given some pushback to some of this plan. There's some things that the governor has proposed that they've taken out. There's some things that the governor did not propose that they put in. This is the back and forth that we have that goes on in June. And in the meantime, we're trying to plan a budget based on what we know, even as the budget is changing. There is some interesting information comes out today that the state may try to take up some additional pension fund relief, which has been an issue for us as the pension costs have gone up every year for our PERS and our STIRS. There's conversation again. It's not done yet. It has to be signed by the governor, but there is a proposal to try to provide a little bit of relief there that could be helpful to us. You've heard a lot about that last night. You'll hear more tonight, and again, of course, on the 16th. And I just appreciate all your patience and your engagement in the work of budgeting, because it's not always super exciting, but something that I really appreciate the board is engaged with. A couple additional things, some new things. We held our first 2x2 meeting. You'll see tonight that there is a 2x2 resolution. The 2x2 structure is allowed under our board bylaws as a standing committee, but this is something I don't think we've done in Vallejo. If we've done it before, it was a long time ago, and that is where we bring in 2 members that are selected by the board. So 2 board members represent this board, 2 city council people represent the city council, and they meet on a regular basis to really have conversations and drive efforts of mutual interest, things that are important to both the city government and to the school district. And it's a great opportunity also to do work together and to have kind of a liaison ability, to not just press on areas of common interest, but to build relationships between the city and the school district. Our next meeting will be in August. We're looking to meet every 2 months after that. And the city representatives pressed pretty hard, wanting to have members of the GVRD board also serve. So it will be likely that we'll see GVRD membership, probably 2 members from that board on regularly, but also with the ability that when it's a topic that doesn't necessarily involve GVRD, topics maybe pertaining to property or that kind of thing, that can revert to the 2+2. But a good productive meeting there. We got very energetic members. We have 2 very energetic board members on that and 2 very energetic city council people. So city manager Nyhoff will make sure to drink our coffee as we come into those meetings because there's a lot of good ideas and a lot of energy, but a great opportunity and one that we haven't had in a while. someday I hope to stop having to report on COVID in my superintendent's report. As you know, it kind of overshadows much of what's going on. It's been our experience for 15 months, and I can really relate to the letters I heard from parents and kids that I think everybody's kind of over this right now. We're tired. It's been stressful, and it's been a pretty disrupting experience for all of us in schools, in Vallejo, on the planet. And I think we see some signs that are hopeful. I was going to report on this actually prior to the comments. I don't typically make comments on public comments, but I did want to assure the board that we have gone through very, very careful calculations. A lot of, and as I've shared this with the board before, a lot of what drives what kind of numbers we can have in a graduation gathering is really the 6-foot rule. And I didn't really hear that. I really didn't hear that referenced tonight, but it's in the California Department of Public Health guidelines specific to high school graduations. Not only is there a percentage of your total capacity, but there's also a 6-foot rule that really applies even in open air graduations to students and to individuals. So calculations have been very methodical, very careful. It was determined at an earlier time that we were wanting to include more people, to be able to give the students the ability to not just choose 1 or 2 people, but to be able to have 3 at least. In this case, it would have to be 3, but have 3 that could witness this event. And so while it's additional work and it's additional effort and burden on staff and on the schools, it's really a desire to be able to have this be an event that a number of people could witness. And we hope for a different experience next year. If all goes well, we won't be having to do this again. And I hope that's the case. But I think there's some misunderstanding. This has been done really in an effort to support kids. And I want to give a shout out and a thanks to Mitch Romeo and his crew, to Becky, to Imelda, to Joe, and to George, and to their crews. They've been out in Corbus Field. We've owned that stadium for close to 80 years. They've been out there with tape measures. We've been using calculation systems, working with Excel spreadsheets. We've recalculated based on the orange. We knew that this could be a situation. Want to make sure that we're covering all our bases, and we're kind of back to where we were before, doing 2 ceremonies so that we can afford 3 tickets per individual. That doesn't change even in orange, because we still have our 6-foot requirement. So just wanted to kind of put that out there. But many thanks to Mitch and his crew, principals, our high school principals, been a big part of this. Ruth, Mike, this has really been a joint effort to really try to make this worthwhile. It was interesting because I was talking to Stephen Nichols, who does communications work with us, and he's in the Sacramento area, and a number of high schools are doing 3 ceremonies up there in Elk Grove Unified, Stockton Unified, and up there the news that's kind of in the newspapers. What a great thing that the schools are really trying to accommodate more people and give that effort. So hopefully that people will understand that. You can look at the glass as half empty or half full. We're really trying to make it half full. So that's probably enough about that. One last, a couple things. And John, I think I saw your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yes, Superintendent Spalding. When you were talking about, it's really sad that, please clarify for me if I have this correct. Most of California has gone really down even to the yellow tiers, but Solano County has been stuck for a long time. And because Solano County has been stuck in the red, where all neighboring counties have been going down actually to yellow much faster, they've had other freedoms and other privileges because their county has been vaccinated and people are following the rules. But unfortunately, Solano County has not. And we've been stuck not with the same privileges. Restaurants, shops, and other things, and including graduations, are all confined to the COVID rules because of the color codes. Is that correct, Superintendent Spalding?
It is correct. We moved into orange yesterday. You know, and kind of surprisingly, because there was talk a couple weeks ago that that wouldn't even be possible, but some numbers were, you know, some numbers changed, you know, in time. But yeah, that's true. And I just, you know, we deal with the hand that COVID-19 has dealt us. We deal with the hand that the California Department of Public Health has dealt us. We've scoured that, you know, that advisory, that, you know, the regulations there very carefully. And, you know, like I said, there's restrictions there with the spacing that really drive a lot of this. And I think I see Dr. Young's hand as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Spalding. So it's out of our hands, and we have to follow the regulations. And it's just sad that Solano County, it wasn't able to get out of the COVID, the tiers fast enough like the rest of California. So that really has hurt our county on many, many, many fronts. So, and again, that's out of our control. But we wish we could have been in yellow like the other counties, so that all of our citizens would have had more privileges. But thank you for your explanation.
And the 6 feet. I mean, we have to remember that in all tiers, the 6 foot rule is in place for outdoor graduations.
Dr. Young?
Superintendent Spalding, clarification, even if we moved into orange, does that affect the numbers?
It doesn't really affect the number that much because of the 6 foot requirement. You know, if it changes anything, and it reduces the number of tickets that are available. And so that was really the determination that was made, was with the 2 ceremonies, we're able to afford 3 tickets per individual. So I was gonna jump. This is my segue to talk a little bit about what we're trying to do to make things normal. Again, wanted to give big thanks to Mitch, to Safeway, to Kaiser, to Toro, and to Sutter. Toro really leading Kaiser and Sutter for the number of vaccination clinics that we've held. I think we've had 5. To date, we have vaccinated on our campuses 636 individuals in the last couple of weeks. So we're trying to help with the heavy lifting to get this work done. And I tell everybody who will listen, get a shot. Let's get everybody vaccinated. You can get vaccinated if you're 12 and older. There'll be vaccination clinics, I believe, this weekend. We've got a few more coming up. We put those out with Parent Square, so we make that widely known. In every case, typically we have more people than were expected. In every case, nobody has been turned away. But in a lot of the cases, you know, they'll get to a clinic. There'll be a lot of people there. They have to go back and get more vaccine and get more pharmacists. So, you know, that we're getting a good response here in Vallejo, and I'm just really pleased. And I just, you know, like I said, let's get people vaccinated, and let's get past this, so that when the fall comes, we have a more normal year. And I think we all want that. Finally, I wanted to show just, you know, and I know meeting is going long, but I wanted to give the board a sneak peek. And I'm probably gonna get in trouble with my human resources assistant superintendent. But our human resources department commissioned some recruitment films that have been done to really draw teachers and administrators and professionals and you know, classified employees into Vallejo. And I was so excited with what I saw today that I'm going to give you, it's only 3 minutes, a sneak peek of one of them. Don't be mad at me, Dr. Patrick, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek. I think it's really great work, and just really want to appreciate you know, the efforts of HR to really, you know, push recruitment to our district. We have a unique district, and we need to celebrate what we're doing here. So I'm going to, without further ado, turn this on, and then I will be finished.
Vallejo is really a beautiful community. There's just a lot of love in our community, a lot of support.
I'm happy to say that we're a community and we're a family.
We have awesome weather. You can get anywhere you want to go really quickly.
Well, it's a great destination. It's a beautiful place. I mean, we're right on the water. You know, how often can you buy a home in a community that sits right on the bay, that sits right on the water.
It's a good place to live. And from experience, it's a good place to grow up. It's a good place to call home.
I thoroughly enjoy reporting to work every day. And part of that is because of the students.
My department's goal is to provide a safe and clean learning environment for students and staff. Push my team to make sure that when they turn on their light, they see a clean template, so they can focus on teaching the students.
It really helps for students to feel like they're going to school in a place that's actually cared for and that is well maintained and is modern and ready for 21st century learning.
My kids went to school here. I would put their education up against anybody else's. My teachers at my school, they're bringing it every day. And the education that they're giving to my Vallejo kids is on par with what kids are getting in any other community, if not better.
We try to be supportive of teachers. We encourage teachers to attend professional development. We encourage teachers to collaborate.
I definitely feel like the staff, the students, and the community will work together.
If you want to come to a place where you're needed, where you're loved, where you make a huge difference, where your work is vital, Vallejo is the place to come and go to work.
There's a lot of businesses coming up downtown on Mare Island.
You can say it's a big melting pot of cultures here in Vallejo, and that is reflected in the school systems, where you'll get these kids that come into your classrooms from all these different diverse backgrounds. And it creates a challenge, but it also is a fun challenge because every day is something new.
It's really the people here. Everything from the floors that shine and the beautiful buildings to the great education that goes on in classrooms, the instruction, and the care that our employees show to kids and to their families, and they care about their lives and they care about their future. That's exciting to me.
As an HR person, my job is to make it so that the only thing you have to worry about is serving the kids in the classroom, and everything else is going to be handled behind the scenes. You don't have to worry about any of that.
If you want to be able to say, each day, each year, or at the end of your career, say, I really changed the world, you'll change it by being in Vallejo. Thank you. Just wanted to offer that to you. It's not the final cut, so there's probably a little more work that needs to be done, but it sure looks pretty good for even not the final cut. But again, thanks so much to HR for and there are other ones too. We have some other videos that they'll be using to promote our district. Last piece, I'll bring it up and maybe something to talk about later, or maybe a future agenda item. I've been approached and asked if all the July meetings for the board will be necessary. We've been meeting as a group 4 times a month, pretty much since January. So some time off might be useful to the board. It's really your decision, not one that you can make tonight because it's not agendized, but I'd ask you to think about it. And maybe we bring that up at the next June meeting if one or maybe both meetings can be canceled. So, and then come back in August. I think everybody's pretty tired. We've been working really hard. I have more gray hair now than I did in that video. So I think we're all there. But in any case, want to leave that with you. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Superintendent Spalding. It's now number 8, item 8, consent items for board action. Are there any items that you wish to move?
No items.
Okay, may I hear a motion to the effect then?
I move
I'll
to
make a
approve.
motion. Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Gross and seconded by Trustee Gardner that he pass the consent item before us. Roll call, please.
Trustee Young.
Aye.
Trustee Gardner.
Aye.
Trustee Fox.
Aye.
Vice President Gross.
Aye.
President Uwaldi.
Aye. It's been voted unanimously. Therefore, we are now on item, let me see here.
I believe we made it all the way to item 10.
I can't count that fast. It's
many pages.
Okay, items of district business. You're correct, sir. And that That is, we're calling on Rosa Loza.
She stepped away for about, oh, she's back. There she is.
Okay. This is the business services.
And if I could just remind just quickly that as she finishes up, that there is the item that is actually a public hearing, and that will be the opportunity for those who want to weigh in. Dr. Baldi, I think you've got the.
No, I have not gotten that yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet? Okay.
No, I haven't looked at it.
Okay. If you need it, I can post it. Yeah. If you need it.
Okay, let me see. Let me call Rose, superintendent is the one who's going to call her.
Just wanted to introduce our amazing CBO, Rosa Loza, who gave the board a very methodical and comprehensive view of the budget and the projections last night, so that we'd have the opportunity to spend a little time for question and answer. But again, brings similar information tonight. The public the public was able to come in last night too if they want to, but just some more information that would inform the budget hearing. And then the final vote on the budget, as the board is aware, would take place on June 16th.
Okay, this is an information item. It's public hearing 2021 for the charter school proposed budget. Since I don't have the script with me, I'm playing by ear until we get going, and I'll get a copy of it.
It's in your email.
Yes, I know, but I can't do that at the same time. I'm not.
I can show you the wording if you like.
Okay, I will. Okay, here we go. We will now convene a public hearing to receive public testimony concerning 2021-22 proposed budget for the Vallejo Charter. As part of this public hearing, members of the public may submit comments on the 2021-22 proposed budget for the Vallejo Charter School. Any public comments submitted by the public regarding this matter will be read. After having received all the comments, the board president closes the meeting as follows. Thank you for all your comments, and the public hearing to receive the testimony will end at that time.
We haven't received any comments regarding this particular item.
Okay. No comments. Therefore, this is an information item. Is there anything, comment that Rosa Loza would like to make? If not, we will proceed with the next item. Okay, there's no comment. Obviously, the board has done their homework, and there's no fiscal impact. And so now I'm calling this particular hearing closed for public hearing. Moving on to the next item. This is for the statement of reasons for excess reserves. This is 10.1.2 public hearing. May I have the document again? Thank you, sir. This is the message. This is for the Vallejo City Unified School District Statement of Reason for Excess Reserves. The board will reconvene this is now a convening for this particular item. And would like to receive testimony concerning the 2021 proposed budget for the Vallejo Unified School District and statement of reasons for excess reserves. We will now convene this particular portion of the agenda. As part of the hearing, members of the public may submit comments on the 2021-22 proposed budget for the Vallejo Unified School District and statement of reasons for excess reserves. Are there any public comments?
We have not received any comments through email on this particular item.
Okay, this is an information item. Is there additional comment that you would like, Chief Business Officer Rosa Loza?
No, sir, no comments.
If not, then I'm calling this meeting. Let me see. Thank you for the comments. The public hearing to receive public testimony concerning 2021 proposed budget for the Vallejo City Unified School District, a statement of reason for excess is now closing, excuse me. Okay, now we're moving on to I think that's it. Am I correct, Rosa? We're moving on to 10.2, which is human resources. Am I correct?
I have the agenda in front of me, but I do not know if you have changed. I need to present the budget for 21-22.
You know, if I might interrupt just quickly, you know, typically we do a presentation on the budget. You know, the board has had one from last night, but I think, you know, just because this is another public meeting and one that does involve a public hearing, though we don't have any comments, maybe a brief presentation would be in order, you know, just for the board to consider. Thanks.
Could you bring up the script again, Mr. Montgomery?
Well, I think
Dr. Baldi, I don't think that'll be necessary because we don't have any more comments, but I think for Rosa to be able to share with the board just kind of an overview. It probably doesn't have to be as detailed as last night's was, but just one so that we have that for the record.
Thank you. Thank you for that, counsel. Miss Rosa Loza, you are on, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let me know when you're finished, and then we will proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Will do, sir. Thank you. I will share my screen and I will present very quickly the 21-22 budget. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Oh, don't forget, that's Mr. Spalding right there. See that red spot? That's Mr. Spalding.
Okay. Are you able to see the presentation?
Proceed, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Community members, Mr. Spalding, Board of Trustees. I am Rosa Loza, the Chief Business Official for the Vallejo City Unified School District, and I will present tonight a quick overview of the proposed budget for the 21-22 school year. And before I start the presentation, I want to let you know that I added to the presentation a reconciliation of changing the restricted fund balance, just for you to note this. While I'm going through the presentation, please feel free to make any questions if you have any. Today's presentation agenda consists of a brief summary of the May revised proposal, the revenue and expenditures, the summary of the education protection account, contributions to the restricted programs, the general fund summary and fund balance components, as well as the excess reserve disclosure, the fund summary and the subsequent years assumptions, as well as the multi-year projections, uncertainties, and next steps. From the May revised, the general fund budget has recovered tremendously, reflecting a $75.7 billion surplus. Also, the Proposition 98 funding is estimated to be $93.7 billion, which is $17.7 billion over the January estimates. And likewise, the Proposition 98 funding level for 2021 year is estimated to increase from 82.8 to $92.8 billion. Additional, the governor proposes an increase to the LCFF formula by 5.07% COLA, which consists on the combination of the statutory COLA for the 2021 year and 21-22, plus an additional percentage point. Please remember that the COLA for the year 2021 was not funded in that year, so it is included in the 5.07 COLA. Also, the governor proposal eliminates the ongoing deferrals that were scheduled for February through May 2022, but this did not impact on the current, or did not have an impact on the current deferrals, which are still in place for this year. And also, the May revise had an additional funding proposal that required additional expenditures for the activities listed on this slide. But please note that these items are not included in the district's 2021-22 budget. Should these items are part of the enacted budget, they will be added to the budget once the amounts are known and quantified. If you wanted to have any details, more details about these items, the budget components and descriptions, please look at the proposed budget for 2021-22 packet. Here we have the in the proposed budget for 21-22, the unrestricted general fund balance is primarily composed of general purpose revenues. And I'm sorry, I'm going a little too fast. The 21-22 proposed budget is revenues is primarily composed with the current or estimated with the current ADA in the total of 9,207.13 ADA, and this does not include the County Office of Education. So the district estimate the funded unduplicated pupil percentage for supplemental and concentration to be at 75.07%. And of course, these percentage will be revised with actual data. The lottery revenue is estimated to be $150 per ADA for unrestricted and $49 per ADA for restricted. This is not changed, or it has not changed since from the second interim report. The mandated block coaster block grant is $32.79 per for K through 8 ADA and $66.17 for 9 through 12 ADA. This is the graph for the unrestricted general fund revenues, and the majority of these are general purpose fund revenues that are known as LCFF, and it is 97% that is composed by state aids and property taxes. And so the other revenues consist of 2% and 1% for local revenues. Here's the general fund revenues combined, which is the restricted and the unrestricted. The majority of the general fund combined revenues are primary, again, state aid and property taxes. So the federal revenues are those used in programs following federal grant guidelines, and the state revenues are funds not part of the general purpose funds, such as mandated block grants and lottery. And the local revenues are those received from local sources, such as charter overhead fees and donations. This is the unrestricted general fund expenditures, which is showing over here that the 84% is made up of the salaries and benefits of our employees, and the rest of it is for other expenditures like operating expenditures, books and supplies, and capital outlays. Here is the graph with the general fund restricted and unrestricted expenditures, which is a combined expenditure. And these showing that 75% of the combined expenditures for the district is composed by salary and benefits for our employees. And here's the education protection account, which is most commonly known as a EPA or Proposition 30. The Proposition 30 was approved by voters back in 2012, and this is just, this proposition was to increase taxes and personal taxes to generate revenues for school districts. Because the EPA is part of the district's total revenue limit and it has its own provisions, the spending plan must be approved by the board during a public meeting, and the EPA funds cannot be used for the salaries of administrators or any administrative costs. Also, each year, the district must publish on the website the account for how much money was received or to be received for the EPA and how these funds are to be spent. Here are the projected contributions to restricted programs and for the year 21-22, and we are estimating that the general fund will be making a contribution to special education of $17.02 million, for the restricted maintenance $4.6 million, and to the reserve offices training corporation Corps, $153,000. And total contributions from the general fund to the restricted programs is expected to be $21.8 million. Here is the summary of the general fund for the 21-22 school year. And the unrestricted deficit in this graph represents or shows a little bit more than what we presented back when we presented the second interim. And this is because it's a combination of expenditures on the increase in rates in benefits, and also it kind of netted out due to when you take on account the COLA for the next year. This is the slide that I mentioned that I added to, just because I wanted to break down how the deficit that was presented back in when I presented the second interim changed from 5.7 million to $8.2 million. You know, the additional COLA that we taking on account the additional COLA for the 21-22 year, and also taking on account the increases in benefits when it comes to SUI, STIRS, and definitely contributions to special education and other miscellaneous net adjustments for one-time activities. This is the fund balance components, which is revolving, inventory, legally restricted, projected deficits for the 22-23 and 23-24 school years, as well the 3.5% economic uncertainty reserves, and the one-time instructional support of $740,000, which all of these compose the $64.3 million total fund balance. As showed earlier before this presentation, here is the excess reserve disclosure, which is required for the districts to present if you have anything in excess of your required reserve. What is this revenue, or what is this fund? So as illustrated over here, the majority of the reserves that are in excess to the require are funds for projected deficit spending and to pay our state loan. Here is a summary of the funds that we have in the district. So this is the types, the funds type summary, and the changes, net changes from 2021 to the 21-22 school year. I want to say that these are the assumptions that we're taking on account or used to put the 21-22 school year budget, which are very conservative. We are using just data that is available as we speak. So we are projecting the decline in enrollment that, you know, that is always something that is going to be affecting our funded ADA. We are using the COLA rates recommended by the Department of Finance for the 22-23 school year and for the 23-24 school year as well. And which is 2.48 and 3.11% respectively. We continue to project lottery rates at $150 per ADA for unrestricted and $49 per ADA for restricted purposes. The mandated block grant at 32.79 for grades K through 8 and 63.17 for grades 9 through 12. We are expecting that federal, state, and local revenues are going to continue constant, and there are no staff savings reflected for declining enrollment in the year 22-23 or 23-24. We need to, before any staff saving is reflected in any budget, this needs to be specified and approved by the Board of Trustees. These are the expenditures, the assumptions for the expenditures we'll have for the that we have for the budget. And again, the certificate and classified step increases are estimated to be 1.75% and 1.10% respectively. We are projecting that the pension cost will increase, and it will impact our budget for 22-23 by $1.9 million, and the budget for 23-24 by $250,000. Other services and operating expenditures are projected to decrease because of the removal of one-time expended learning activities, and we expected that it will remain constant, the supply capital outlay expenditures. I wanted to note over here that the unidentified budget reductions on ongoing of $8.65 million for 22 and 23 school year needs to be done in order for the district to meet its minimum reserve of 3.5%. We wanted to be cognizant that that needs to happen in order for us to be in compliance. This is the unrestricted multi-year projections with the $8.65 million reduction. And as you can see, we will have a deficit spending of $8.2 million at the end of 21-22 year. And this includes the $5 million reduction approved earlier this year. For the year 2022-23, the district will have a deficit of $14.1 million. And for the 23-24, deficit of $17.5 million. If ongoing and unidentified budget reductions of $8.65 million are implemented, the deficit will be reduced significantly, as you can see over here, and then we'll be able to meet the 3.5 minimum reserve for the both subsequent years. This is the fund balance change reconciliation from 22-23 to 23-24 school year. And this slide captured the net changes in revenues and expenditures for both the years. And this is accounting for the $8.65 unidentified budget reductions in the year 22-23. As illustrated earlier, on the unrestricted budget funding, we need to have $8.65 million reductions in order for the district to maintain the minimum reserves. Also, contingent with the district's needs in planning, a portion of the remaining ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding may provide a one-time assistance towards these needed reductions, but the district will develop a plan in how the funds will be needed to address safety, and the learning loss is still to be worked out. And specific plan will be how much the activities budgeted for unrestricted programs can be reassigned or accounted as a restricted activities. So the conclusion over here, we have a lot of uncertainties. As mentioned earlier, the governor's proposals, we do not know if these proposals will be approved or modified, and in what way they will be affecting the school district's budgets. Also, the decline in enrollment, that's something that is always uncertain for us. We do not know how much the enrollment will be decreasing or declining. The cash deferrals, the governor's proposed to eliminate some of them for the year 2022, but we do not know if that will change. And also the state, the economy of the state, we do not know if this is going to be continue shrinking or and how this will be affected the school district funding. We still have uncertainty on how the program cost overruns and how much this will be affecting the general fund in terms of contributions to the restricted programs. And the negotiations that are still ongoing, we do not know how these are going to be affecting our budget. So this concludes my presentation. I will be ready for any questions if you may have.
Thank you for your report, Rosa. It makes more sense after we reviewed it last night for 3 hours. So I'm sure that Vice President Gross does not have any question.
No, not anymore.
Yesterday you were asking about the federal money, but that hasn't come through yet. Sorry. Anyone else? Any comments? This is a information item before us. And if you have no other comments, then we will proceed accordingly. And that is the 10.2 human resources. 10.2.1 is a resolution 2960, the recognition of the retiree.
Thank you, Dr. Ubaldi. I just wanted to make a comment on the last item, and that is just to share my appreciation to the board with my appreciation for Rosa, who's been really burning the midnight oil to deliver a budget to us. And always, this time of year, as I've said, we try to build a budget based on what we know on May 10th or 14th with all the budget negotiations going on around us. So you can pretty much be sure that we will, like we've had to for a number of years, bring back a 45-day revision at the end of the summer where there have been changes because we literally have to build a budget. Well, they're building a budget in Sacramento. I wanted to see if I could have Dr. Patrick join me for this piece. It's a little different again, in the pandemic. I think this is usually done a little bit differently. We usually bring people forward and try to give certificates and whatnot. There's not a way to do that live here, as we're on Zoom. But I do want to honor 42 individuals who are retiring from service here in Vallejo City Unified School District, and just a little bit about who they are and what they represent. Vallejo City's Unified School District has 1,242 staff members who provide valuable services to the students in the district from preschool through 12th grade. There are 42 members of the district staff who have announced their retirement this year, which include 21 classified staff members, 20 certificated staff members, and 1 district administrator. The staff members have contributed in many ways to the district goals by teaching and providing leadership in several of the district support areas, helping students as benefits coordinator, TPP, bilingual tutor, plumber, custodian, site safety supervisor, student nutrition services, essential grounds workers, operations support technician, library media technicians, paraprofessionals, technology support specialists, office manager, providing essential clerical and secretarial support, and bus drivers. Individually, they have been part of the district's family from 3 to 37 years, with a combined total of 873 years of service to the Vallejo City Unified School District. We are proud of the work they have done and appreciate their contributions to our students. And I was going to ask Dr. Patrick if you could read the roll of honor.
Yes, Superintendent Spalding. Good afternoon, trustees, community members, and staff. I'll start with our classified staff members that are retiring this year. Brenda N. Salaco, Elda Watkins, Bertha Duckett Harrison, Carolyn Hubbard, Lori Redfield, Daniel Cameron, Jose Curiel, Joanne Mari, Saul Ung, Ilona Alacarn, Pierre Parker, Joseph Lewis, Robin Crowder, Avis Cooper, Janine Cortez, Glenda Haynes, Barbara Bade, Victor Donofrio Jr., Jerry Robinson, Sherilyn Carriger, and Laura Brackett. Those are our classified staff members. For our certificated staff, Abraham Suvetta, Andrea Brembry, Beth Reed, Beverly Black, Bradley Isaacson, Cheryl Ewing, Cynthia Frederick, Cynthia James, Irvin Kaplow, Jonathan Vaughn, Judy Yates, Katie Thomas, Kenneth Hartley, Kimberly Borkenhagen, Lisa Lannon, Maria Trujillo, Melanie Hill Culpepper, Patrice Kennedy, Patricia Ann Joy, Patty Koff, Teresa Castro, and Michelle Trotton. And our manager that is retiring is Roxanne Tuggle. We want to commend them for their years of service to the district, and we wish them a wonderful, restful, enjoyable retirement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick. The resolution that before us is recommended that the governing board adopt resolution 2960, recognizing VCUSD staff members on the occasion of their retirement. That's before you. May I entertain a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
I hear a second.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded by Trustee Fox and seconded by Vice President Tony Groves that we adopt the resolution 2960 in recognitions of our retirees. Roll call, please.
Trustee Young? Aye. Trustee Gardner?
Aye.
Trustee Fox?
Aye.
Vice President Gross?
Aye.
President Ubaldi?
Aye. That's 5 unanimous votes in favor of resolution 2960, retiree recognition. The resolution passes. Moving on to the next item that's 10.3, operations. Superintendent Spalding, you may want to call the representative for these particular items.
Thank you, Dr. Ubaldi. Assistant Superintendent Romeo will be briefing the board on the results of the Rolling Wood property market value appraisal. You'll recall that earlier in the year, the board approved a reappraisal of the property to see if the value had increased. In fact, it has. And so Mitch will be bringing you that information this evening.
Again, it's an information item, board members. This is not an action item. Thank you, Mitch. See, please.
Thank you, President Ubaldi. Superintendent Spalding. Well, that concludes my report. Thank you very much. So, yes, just very briefly, since we last appraised this parcel, we decided that we should do it again as we continue to beat the bushes for buyers. And in fact, this property has increased by $300,000 from 4.5 million to 4.8 million, roughly 7%. And for those of us who live in the community in that same period, our residential property has gone up more than that. But an undeveloped parcel has a different construct for appraisal. And as such, although it's increased in value, it hasn't quite increased as much as a single family residence might. So that's it in a nutshell, 4.5 to 4.8 million.
Okay, that's an information item. Any questions? If not, let's move on to 10.4, student support services. There's no item there. 10.5, teaching and learning. This is it's a public hearing. So I'd like to have that script that I have not taken out of my email yet.
Step out, please.
Let me call on Superintendent Spalding
Are you bringing that up?
Yes.
Okay.
So to make sure I bring up
Maybe
the
we
right
do
one.
that part first. Dr. Ubaldi, you can read the, open and close the hearing. I don't know that we have any comments, but open and close the hearing, and then Assistant Superintendent Sherry Summers from Teaching and Learning can give a brief to the board on where we are with our LCAP.
Thank you. The governing board will convene a public hearing to receive public testimony concerning the local LCAP review and comment on Vallejo City Unified School District. We will now convene a public hearing. And that's part of this hearing. Members of the public may submit comments. Are there any comments?
No comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for that. The public hearing to receive public testimony for the public local control plan review and comment for the Vallejo City Unified School District is now closed. Ms. Summers?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ubaldi. Good evening.
We can't hear you, Ms. Summers. I know you're not muted. We still cannot hear you, ma'am.
What about now?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. Sometimes it works better with headphones and sometimes better without. So good evening, trustees and staff and community. As a reminder, as the PowerPoint comes up, the focus of the LCAP and the reason, really the purpose for having an LCAP is to make clear how the district is going to use the supplemental and concentration grant funds. And remember, those funds are a piece of the overall picture of the local control funding formula. So what you're going to be hearing about is the plan that's created for those purposes. But I'd also like to share with the board that the development of an LCAP, although I'm providing the presentation, I am by no means the only person responsible for all of the work that goes into putting together this plan. So I'd like to publicly acknowledge the members of both the education services team as well as the business services team that have really spent many hours putting together the plan that's going to be presented to you. And in particular, I would really like to call out Lisa Mendoza, who really works side by side with me on all things LCAP and has really, over the last 5 years, taken on more and more responsibility for the development of the plan. And with that, we'll go to the next slide that is really going to focus on, let's see, yes, thank you, Ken, is really going to focus on some of the changes that you'll see in this year's LCAP. And if you've been reading LCAPs for since the inception or even for the last 4 or 5 years, what you'll notice is that there are often changes in formatting and in the template that we're required to use for the LCAP. And by and large, that's really because the State Board of Education has really been trying to balance 2 things. And on the one side, balancing providing the public a comprehensive plan that really describes what districts are providing through these funds that I described. But on the other hand, creating a plan that is accessible and user-friendly. And so I've noted some of the changes that you'll notice in this year's LCAP, really that are being made in order to accomplish that. And what you'll see for the most part, I believe, is some streamlining in terms of many parts of the LCAP, as well as a shift in using more user-friendly language in the LCAP template. And a caveat that I'll put forth that is a little bit of a departure from that is that you'll notice that this section, the annual update section, is a little bit more lengthy than it usually is. And the reason for that is that in that section of the plan, we're not only providing an update for the 1920 LCAP, but we're also providing an update on that learning continuity and attendance plan that came before the board and was approved by you back in September of 2020. Next slide. So you'll notice that the LCAP is built on and centered on the same 3 goals that were familiar to you from the 2019-2020 LCAP. The goals that really focus on parent engagement, building and supporting our learning environments, as well as promoting academic success for our students. And the body of the plan is comprised of, number 1, how we're going to measure whether or not we've met each of those goals. Secondly, a description of the actions that we're taking in order to make sure that we meet those measurable outcomes. And then finally, how much we plan to spend on each of those actions. And that's really what you'll find repeated throughout that major section of the LCAP that's describing how we'll be implementing the plan in the coming year. Next slide. I'd like to take a dive into one section of the LCAP, which describes how we've really worked with our stakeholders to develop the plan. And each year we spend considerable time talking with our students, talking with our staff members, our families, and the community to get feedback aligned to these goals. And this year we've really focused on gathering feedback on, number 1, how we can accelerate student learning, as well as how we can best meet the social emotional needs for our students, for our staff, and for our families. And as we talk to the multiple groups of stakeholders that you can see on this slide, and also read survey results, we found 3 themes that emerged in terms of what stakeholders felt was important. The first of which was extending learning time for our students. The second was providing academic interventions for our students. And the third was around making sure that we meet the mental health needs. The next slide, please. Thank you, Ken. As I referred a couple slides back, the LCAP is comprised of 38 actions, and many of those 38 actions are divided into multiple sub-actions. But each of those actions and each of those goals really aligns to 3, what I'm calling more broader focus areas. And within each of these focus areas, they really tie back to areas of need that you've heard referenced by our superintendent, that you as the governing board have called out as needs, that have been surfaced through the systemic instructional review, which was created, which was implemented by the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence several years ago, and then finally through our stakeholder engagement. And in many cases, it was all of the above. These are needs that have been surfaced through multiple groups. And what you'll see threaded throughout the LCAP is references to more resources allocated to improve communication, to better tools for tracking student progress, to making sure that the programming that we're offering our students is broad and yes, focuses on those core academic areas and core curriculum, but also encompasses enrichment and social emotional learning. You'll see references to the reorganization of the Educational Services Division to make sure that we're providing our students with supports in that social emotional learning area, which includes positive student behavior, attendance, as well as mental health. And that finally, all of these focus areas are undergirded with a very robust professional learning plan. So throughout the LCAP, you should see these 5 things emerging as themes. Next slide. When we look at the budget for the LCAP, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, really the focus of the LCAP is on how those supplemental and concentration grant funds are going to be used. But you'll also see references to what we call our base funding or our general fund in the LCAP, as well as for what we call restricted funds, which would include funds that we get from any competitive grants that we're accessing, as well as our federal funding, such as our Title I funds. And so what's included on this slide is really a very high-level summary to what you'll find in the back section of the LCAP in much more detail. And then for my final slide, you'll find a timeline of the overall next slide, Ken, of the overall approval process for the LCAP. So right now we're at the public hearing stage of the approval process. We'll be coming back to the board on June 16th for governing board action on the LCAP. And then after that, the LCAP will need to go to the Solano County Office of Education for both review and approval at that level. And eventually the board and staff will receive a letter of approval from the county office. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and put it in the hands of the board for any discussion or questions that you might have.
That's before us. Seeing none, I see Dr. Young now. Dr. Young, please. You're muted, Dr. Young.
Thank you for your presentation, and it's always on point. I have one question. Is the equitability or equity embedded into it in small print at the next level?
The equity piece is really foundational to the whole plan, because I know the board knows this, but I'll say it for the benefit of the public, in that these funds, when we talk about supplemental and concentration grant funds, those are driven by 3 groups of students. Those students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch count, for those students that are English learners, as well as for those students that are foster youth. So this plan is really all about how we make sure that we give our students that need additional support, more support. And there's a section in the LCAP called the Increased and Improved Services, where we're required to demonstrate how we're providing additional above and beyond services to our students who have a greater need for it. So equitable outcomes for all of our students is really at the foundation for the entire purpose of this plan. So yes, it's embedded within everything that we're doing in this plan.
Thank you for that clarification. I feel a little bit better about that. I didn't see it, so.
It's good feedback.
Dr. Baldi, I think you're muted.
Could you turn the page back one page only? Talking about the goals. Yeah. Why did we run out of general fund on 2021-22? Goal 1. Please explain.
I'm sorry, I don't think I heard the question.
Yeah, goal 1 under general fund is 0.
Correct. So what that means is that we're utilizing funding from local control funding formula for that goal. We're utilizing funding from some restricted funds, but we're not utilizing any general fund for that particular action.
Okay, that's good then. Thank you. Any comments? I don't see Dr. Young.
Jerry, will you be in this particular budget, will we be getting any additional funds?
Oh, any increases in this fund? I think there were references in the May revise that there was a proposal for some additional funds added on top of the supplemental and concentration grant funds. But until the budget is adopted, we won't know how much that is and what will be coming to us.
Okay, I was ready to give you those funds today when you have them. Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't know what can I say.
All right. Everybody heard that, right? That's on tape too. Thank you, Dr. Young, for your generous heart. Any further comments? Okay, let's move on then. Thank you, Ms.
If I could just wrap up, Dr. Ubaldi, I just want to remind the board that we see this one more time on the 16th, where we ask the board to approve the LCAP plan and the budget for both those items. The other thing that I want to also say about Assistant Superintendent Summers is that you see her, a lot throughout the year, but particularly this time of year, bringing forward LCAP information. It's a 150-page document. She's also been tasked with the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant, and will probably have to take up the ESSER grant. So this particular season of plan writing is particularly arduous. So I just want to give her, public accolades for working so hard on multiple plans and doing so graciously and without complaint. But I want the board to be aware that she's had far more to do. She's always busy, but she's had even more to do in the last couple of months.
Thank you, Superintendent Spalding. We're at 10.5.2, another public hearing, the last one. Am I correct, Superintendent? Am I following the script?
That is correct. And this is for the LCAP that is pertinent only to Vallejo Charter School.
That's correct. Thank you. I was just testing you, Superintendent. I knew that. Okay, I'm holding a public hearing on this matter, and I'm opening the public hearing now for the review and comment on the Vallejo Charter School Local Accountability Plan. Are there any comments from the public on this?
No comments from the public.
No comment. Therefore, then I will close the public hearing on the Vallejo Charter School Local Accountability Plan. And that, as you know, is the difference, as I stated, was this is a charter school. Any questions, comments? Moving on then to 10.6, measure as bond implementation. Now, is this a consent item? Okay.
Correct.
Let me see, that would be just one item then. That's 10.6.1. May I entertain, please? For basically, this needs to be approved then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we don't need a consent item on this. We just simply approve the item before you. This is in regards to the approval of the guarantee maximum price for each leaseback agreements, site lease, and facility lease for the Loma Vista and School Modernization Project at Lathrop Corp. Entertain a motion before you if you're prepared.
Yeah, I so moved.
Okay, by Vice President Gross,
I'll second.
seconded by Trustee Gardner. Roll call, please.
Trustee Young. Trustee Gardner.
Aye.
Trustee Fox.
Aye.
Vice President Gross.
Aye.
President Ubaldi.
Aye, it's unanimously approved. It passes. Okay, administration and governance, report of school board members. Let's start with the youngest one, Dr. Young.
I have no report, but thank you for that.
He's starting mess.
Okay, then the next one is next to the youngest one is Trustee Gardner.
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Ubaldi. I did attend the 2+2 meeting this past, I guess it was, I don't even know when it was. The meetings are crazy. But anyway, it was very interesting. My cohort on the commission is John Fox, and he had a litany of suggestions for the commission to take up. So I'm just waiting to get to all of those within the next 15 years or so. But anyway, I'm sure he'll tell you about those. It was very interesting, and I really do believe that we could finally get something going between the city and the school district. And with GVRD, it'll be great for all of the kids in the community, as well as the rest of the community members. I also did attend the memorial service on Monday for Memorial Day at the Mare Island Cemetery, the Naval Cemetery there. It was very well attended, and it was a hike to get there, but we did get there. It was quite warm, but good speakers. The mayor was a speaker. Previous mayor Sampayan was the featured speaker. So it was a very somber event, as it should have been, and it was a very heartfelt event. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gardner. Trustee John Fox.
Aren't I also the youngest one?
You're too young for me even to say that.
I'm just teasing you. Anyways, I want to be in the same league with Trustee Young and Trustee Gardner.
All right.
Anyways, yes, for my report, first I want to talk about I'm a member of the Central Democrat Committee. We held a meeting last week, and so that was last Wednesday. Then we also attended the monthly Stonewall meeting, which I'm a board member there as well. Then, as Trustee Gardner said, Trustee Gardner and I attended the 2x2 meeting. It was wonderful to be there with two city council and the city manager and Superintendent Spalding. Like Superintendent Spalding said, in the future, we will have GVRD 2 members as well. And yes, I did have a litany of a list of items that very ambitious of what I would like to have achieved with our joint partnership between the school district and the city. I'll just read a few of them. I won't go too detailed. One of them that it really came to mind, as we all know in the news, Vallejo's police force. We've had a lot of problems and a lot of issues and a lot of things happen or just been in the news. So working together with our police force, we've had things in the past with basketball with our police, coffee with the police. And as a teacher years ago, we used to have DARE. I don't think we have DARE anymore. But just to get the police force united with the students and the families so that we can build and educate and be united. So that's one of them. Also, our fire department, with all these wildfires every year and having to close school a few days each year, just talking about that as well. Then I brought up COVID a little bit, and we talked about giving food to the community. And Supervisor Councilwoman Diaz talked a little bit about, unfortunately, one program is going to be ending soon. Christy Gardner, do you remember? I forget which it was. I think she said it's ending this month. Is that correct? The food distribution.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that was sad to hear.
It may be extended, though, I think she also said, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken.
But that was
It's all
something brought up.
preemptions.
Okay. Maybe Superintendent Spalding, when it comes to, or Dr. Baldy, when it comes to future agenda, maybe we can talk about how we're giving food throughout the summer as well. I know last year with COVID, we were giving food 2 or 3 times a week, multiple meals for families to pick up. And we also have the food bank at different sites for people to pick up. So maybe on the 16th, we can talk about that, or make sure our websites talk about how families can access food through the summer, especially since we have part of the city program that's ending giving out food. I also brought up housing, because I think some of the federal and state things for housing is ending soon for COVID. And I'm just wondering how that's going to affect some of our families that maybe won't be able to, that will be scared about that. The Wi-Fi system. For years and years and years, Vallejo's talked about all this Wi-Fi, this great, what's it called, the fancy Wi-Fi? The
Fiber optics.
Yes. And we have it supposedly buried underneath the city, but we don't utilize. So they did tell us that they would come back and talk about how that they can tell us more about the Wi-Fi issues in the future. In the past, we've had different communities, organizations donate to send children to Washington, D.C. for sponsors. And what's the one, Trustee Gardner, about where kids go, the City Alliance or something with Pep and Dew? She talked about how students go and we nominate them and they go and we sponsor them. The community members pay for them to go. Do you remember the name of that program, or Superintendent Spalding?
I don't.
Cities Alliance or City.
I can't remember what it's called, but I remember her talking about it.
Yeah.
She has come and she did bring them to us. I don't know, it was last year or the year before, but it's very empowering to the students to go from Vallejo. Like we were talking about, some of our students here in Vallejo never leave Vallejo. So for them to go to Washington, D.C. was a huge event. And so that was a very nice thing. We're going to try to find ways to keep sponsoring them. And then we talked about...
Is that the congressional leadership development?
She
No.
called it city, something city, the name city
okay.
was in it.
And I think those are two different things. I think one is to Washington and the other is city to city in different cities in the United States.
It is two different programs.
Right.
Okay.
The community members can sponsor, and it can help send more students if we get sponsorship. So we will help with that when that comes up. We talked also about getting early college credits through Solano Community College for like the trades program and for like a 2-year accredited program. And then we also talked about ways to communicate better, for us communication, the city's communication, GVRD's communication, so we can get messages to our families in a better way, so they can hear the messages. And I'm gonna stop there because this is too much. So that's from the 2x2 and the other things they attended. And thank you. That's my report.
For a young guy like you, you come out with some of these mature programs. I don't know. Now I know why you're overwhelming Christy in a 2x2. Okay, Vice President Gross.
And
The young
Fox is the oldest.
The young Tony Gross.
No, I don't have much to say. I mean, Chrissy said it, but what we went to the Veterans Memorial Service Monday, and yes, it was a hike, but it was really eye-opening for me because that was my first time I've been to the cemetery that's over 150 years old. So that was very noteworthy. I do want to say that I really want to send my congratulations and kudos to the site leadership at all of our schools, and I was so pleased tonight when I saw the young students from like they say, 0 to 18, come and make presentations. And when I'm seeing the elementary kids go through that whole discovery process, that's education. That's what it is. You see something, you discover what it is, and you're able to make an intelligent, rational presentation about what you're saying. And we're seeing kids do that. And we saw a bunch of them do it. And then we went all the way up to kids who are graduating, who are going on, like John said, many of our kids never leave the city, but these kids are actually going to UCLA and going to Davis. I know, Dr. Young, and going other places. This is why I'm on the board, to make sure that our kids experience life as they should experience it. So I'm just really thrilled at what I saw earlier today. The other stuff we do on the board is what we do, and like Superintendent Spalding says, I know that the Assistant Superintendent Summers and Mitch and Gigi and everybody else works their tails off to get this done so we can see what we saw at the prelude of this meeting. These kids coming on, it really makes me very emotional to see that and see them really work hard and do that, because that's what education really is. So again, for all of you guys, I'm really just very proud of what you do and what we do collectively. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Vice President Gross. Appreciate it. I just have two reports, and that is I attended the charter school grand reports, I guess, for the students who are leaving the charter's 8th grade, and listen to their presentation. That was at 9 o'clock in the morning, Tony Groves. And then I had a choice on the memorial service, either go to the 8 o'clock one, then the Christy and Tony attended, and then I chose the 11 o'clock one. And my wife and I attended that, not at the cemetery, but at the service behind the cemetery. That is my report. Moving on to announcements of upcoming meeting. I know you will be very proud of this, Vice President Gross, the fact that you're proud of our graduates. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, I gave you a link. I gave everyone the link, including the cabinet, to participate and listen to these students. There'll be about 100 kids receiving awards tomorrow with the Filipino American students, and there will be others, non-Filipinos, who will be recognized and honored. And so, and then that is tomorrow. On the 7th will be the board retreat at 1:30. Am I correct on that?
That's correct, Dr. Baldwin.
Okay, thank you. And then from the 9th to the 11th, we will be attending various graduations. And then on the 16th will be the regular school board meeting. And on the 18th will be the VIBA meeting at 11 o'clock. And then on the same date at 1:30 is the Vallejo Regional Center graduation. And so I think that's what I have ahead of us. And then are there any future items, agenda items that you would like to consider? I see hands from trustee, the young trustee John Fox, mature John Fox.
Old soul, as Trustee Gross says. Actually, I have 3 things real quick. So one of them I brought up was the food distribution. Maybe we can just get a quick thing, what food distribution happens during the summer. I know we have so many summer schools going on, so I'm sure with our working with the food banks, I know we have it. I just want to hear about it. And then also real quick, what reading opportunities do students have during the summer? Online or library opportunities through the district, or just maybe it's our public library on Santa Clara. I'm not sure. So just food distribution and reading opportunities for students through the summer. And then my third one is, I had this written down, but Superintendent Spalding took it. So the July meetings, I would like that on the agenda to talk about canceling our July meetings, because we've talked about it for years, but we don't seem to ever figure it out. I know other districts cancel their July meetings as well. So maybe we could have a heavier last one in June and then start, I know we're doing in person, we start in August. If we can have a heavier one maybe in August. And I know you said there's one thing they might need a 30-day review. Maybe we can kind of figure out how to work that in. And then Trustee Gardner, I remembered League of Cities. I think it's this League of Cities is one of the ones to sponsor, and then also the kids that go to Washington, D.C. So I had a moment, but I remembered. Thank you. Those are my requests for the future agenda items.
Okay. Anything else? It's now 7:04.
Trustee Young has.
Oh, I didn't see it. Where's her? Oh, there she is. Okay. I didn't see the hand up. Okay, Dr. Young. Thank you.
I would like to know if there's any kind of connection with the community for work experience during summer school. That would be an excellent connection with the partnerships with Marine World, In-N-Out Burger, those type of things, to give them some kind of incentive to, come to school, get your credits, and then get some extra credits with work experience. So I'd like to, explore that a little bit, if all possible. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Ubaldi, if I may just provide reminder that if we are, when we adjourn, that we adjourn in the memory of
Yes.
Mr. Heineke.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? With that in mind, let us now adjourn in the spirit and memory of our friend, Scott Heineke, who served this district exemplary. Let us pause. Thank you so much for recognizing one of our outstanding educators. It is now 7:06 and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Oh, man. I meant to tell Dr. Ubaldi. Oh. Man.